Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Euro Poker Millions main event final table. This is day 5. Yes, that's correct, day 5. You see the chip counts in front of you. Mario out in front. Attila Almasi was the last casualty last night after a very lengthy stream. I hope you're all in flying form. I got a good sleep. I done my meditation. Got a small bit of exercise out there with the dog. Had a cold shower and I'm good to go. And I'm really excited to be commentating on such a prestigious final table. €500,000 for the winner. 501,000. They've all locked up a 10K ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe main event that's taking place later on this year. There's 8 players remaining. Ivan Banik sticks out to me as one of the favorites, even though Mario has 65 bigs. It's 80-minute blinds. Anything can happen. Lights, camera, action, shuffle up and deal. I am Akshaban Dan, your Irish pundit and broadcaster for this final table. What a few action-packed days it's been. They've been lengthy, but they've been highly entertaining. The chat's been great. There's been lots of spots to talk about, and I expect this final table to be savage. All the time is in the house. First in the gate, this fella, the final day. Let's crown your champ. Who's your pick to win? Mr. Wayland says Ivan Banik, top dog in the house. He really accumulated nicely. Richie is in there already. I've got my coffee. I'm buzzing for this one. All that's left to say is shuffle up and deal. Let's go. Vamos, me filo. All players have locked up €43,500 and a 10K ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe main event. All chasing that first prize of 501,000. Top 5 finishers all going to get a 6-figure payday, including that ticket. Nikola Mihai will be raising to 2.5 million. Blinds are 600K, 1.2 million, 1.2 million running big blind ante at the moment. Lockup is going to go for the rejam. Standard enough stuff, really. Sub 20 bigs from the hijack. Look how deep these players are. The average stack is still 40 big blinds almost. Mihai has a total live earnings of 40K, so he's basically already beaten that in this tournament. It was a €590 buy-in, 6,237 entries, 3.2 million in the prize pool. Absolutely smashing the guarantee. If you're new to this channel, be sure to give us a like, subscribe, and a follow. If you're on YouTube or the Poker Room Kings on Twitch, the Action Army has been growing exponentially over the last few years. Get involved. If you want to find out additional information about the website, head over to the website www.kingsresort.com. So if you want to find out more information about the resort itself, head over to that website www.kingsresort.com. We've got an amazing merchandise store also. Now let's get to the action. Peppa G in the house. He played pretty well there yesterday as well. He's obviously had a lot of results at Kings. He's a bit of a celebrity. Michael Shue has total live earnings of almost $520,000, so that's another player to watch out for. Any of these guys capable of winning this title, in my opinion. Julien Combier. I don't think he had too much on his. I think it was somewhere in the region of 200k. I'm just going to verify that. Oh no, sorry, he was the one that we looked at the other night, $27,000. So I feel like he's been playing way better than his Hendon mob would suggest he is, with just a total live earnings of less than 30k. He's already surpassed that. So two of these players I've already mentioned have already locked up more than they've won in their entire live poker career just by making this final table, which is incredible stuff. Adrian Kazaku has 110k in live earnings. Just look at the difference in the payouts. Even just between 8th and 7th place, you're going from 43,500 to 56,000. Zaku raising them in from early position. Like I was saying last night, couple of pots here, couple of pots there. You've got like 4 or 5 players, all with 50 bigs apiece. We are on a delay, so please respect that in the chat. Thank you very much. Peppa G is going to call. Just flats with the ace queen, understandable given the dynamic. Johan, the main man, saying the same thing in the chat. We are on a delay, no spoilers, please. 2 pair here for Peppa. Kazaku got a good shot, straight draw, backdoor heart draw. He wants to bet about 2 million here, 2.5 million. It's for 1.8. Yeah, about a quarter pot. Seems totally fine. Peppa G will call. Turn is the 3 of diamonds. Kazaku is now going to check. Once Peppa calls on the flop there, he's going to have a lot of ace-x in his range, some queen-x in his range. It's not a great turn card for Kazaku to continue firing. Peppa G will take that one away on the turn. Round 2, the main man, Ivan. He's going to open on the button. I like his fedora. Going for the min with the 10-6 of diamonds. I really like his presence at the table as well. He's so stoic, doesn't give away much. I'm not really used to seeing him much on the live felt. Seen him enough times on the online felt. Can't see his face in them scenarios, of course. Mihai piecing out a 3-bet, it looks like, from the small blind with ace deuce off suit. Going for the 3-bet with the blockers. Or the blocker. Now Blood says savage. Yeah, a lot of players just fold the ace deuce there if that's what you're referring to. He's not going to shy away. Mihai, one of the more accomplished players left in this field. Let's see what nationalities are being represented. We've got Romania, Croatia, Poland, France, the Czech Republic, and Hungary. Good disparity of nationalities at this final table. As Apocalypse says, good afternoon, ladies and gents. Good afternoon, Apocalypse. MB Siliv says, this Mario dude is very chill. I've played some cash games with him at Kings. Thank you. I'll always love anytime we can get any information on any of the players that you would have that I wouldn't have, that kind of situation. Back to G with the pocket tens. Mihai going to call with the ace-9 suited and Kazaku in the small blind with king-queen of hearts. It's actually a pretty nice spot here to 3-bet with the king-queen suited. However, it is an under-the-gun open. Might just... Oh, he does go for it anyway. 3-betting to 8.5 million. Pepper G is going to call. Size of this pot already, almost 22 million out there. I'd like to see Kazaku bet about 6 or 7 million. Goes for 9. Peppa G is going to call. Look at the size of this pot now, folks. Almost 40 million as we hit the turn. Turn is the Jack of Hearts. Stack to pot ratio is 1-1. Zaku picking up a card he could barrel here. Zaku's going to have a lot of strong hands to 3-bet an under the gun opener pre from the small blind. 8-handed. Big decision here for Adrian Kazaku. And that's a bet of 16 million. And look at this, gets Peppa G to fold pretty immediately here on the turn. Like I said, that's going to look so strong. Really big play there from Kazaku. God damn it, folks. We are seeing fireworks here to get things kicked off. I expect nonetheless. All the time says, hi, Action Man Dan. Yeah, all the time. You seem very excited about this one. What's up, buddy? Nice to have you with us, of course. So there was no doubt you'd be one of the first in the gate. Shoe under the gun here, 14 bigs, ace jack off suit. Now, does he want to min raise this one or shove? I think off this stack size, we just min raise. Does go for the min. All the time says he's on time. He loves it here. You're tuning in from America? Is that correct? Or like, there's so many people coming in and out of this chat. I forget where people are from, but if you are, that means you're up at like 6 in the morning, 7 in the morning. And if that's the case, what a fan you are. Sometimes you just gotta set your alarm and get out of bed. Shoot with the min around to Peppa G. He is going to defend with the 6-5 offsuit. I'm not the biggest fan of this, considering Shu is going to have a pretty condensed range from under the gun. We did see Peppa defend with hands like 10 deuce offsuit yesterday, so it's not really the cloth he is cut from. Cloth, even. Says, of course, he's here from the start. He's here all the time. Well, yeah, but it's about 6 a.m. or 7 a.m. at the US. The US of A. Shoe bets 1.8 million. Peppa calls. Turn is another 5. Peppa had the best hand already. Certainly has it now with trips. Looks like Shu is debating firing a second barrel here. I don't know if I love this on the pair board. However, it will look pretty strong. Under the gun open. Bets flop, bets turn. Repping all those over pairs. We put a lot of pressure on a deuce or an 8 or a small pocket pair of Peppa G. Also could get a flush draw to fold, straight draw. And I don't like Peppa G putting him in. I'd much rather he just called. Don't really understand this from Peppa. Obviously thinks he can just get the overpairs to stack off right here, right now. So I guess I do understand it. But when we have trips, just want to call. Sure, he's not going to be calling it off with just ace jack. I guess when Peppa plays it like this, it does look like a flush draw or an open-ended straight draw or an 8. An 8 just calls again, surely. So he kind of looks like he has hearts, straight draw, an open-ender, something to that effect when he plays his hand this way. Just has 8 bigs behind, but I don't think he's going to be making this call. Every hand so crucial. Wow, wow, wow. He decides to call it off. I did say when Peppa G plays his hand like this, it looks like an open ender or a flush draw, straight draw, something to that effect, which Michael can beat a decent chunk of. Calls it off. Rivers the three of diamonds, and we lose. Mikael Shu in 8th place. I feel like he will regret that one later, not checking back on the turn. Was in the tank for nearly 3.5 minutes. Wow, we have our first casualty at this final table, and it is Mikael Shu. We are down to 7. He will take home €43,500 for his efforts, and that means all remaining players guaranteed a minimum of €56,000. See, he beats some of those wheel draws, and if his opponent does have one of them wheel draws, he is a substantial favourite to win the hand. There are times where he would call there and be correct against an ace 3 or an ace 4, was it? Whoever gave the wheel draw. Adrian Kazaku with 65 bigs, and Mario with 65 bigs, and then Julien with 51, Peppa G with 44, Ivan with 33, Mihai with 32, and Lakub with 18. Nah, Blood says terrible defend by PG versus the super strong range. He does have to have a very strong range to be opening there into a full table with 14 big blinds, or should have in theory. In practice, who knows? Rack up with ace king of clubs here in the hijack, 17 big blinds. Osmo says go Poland. Jakub. There's going to be a lot of comments coming into the chat today. You understand that it's such a massive final table. What a treat it is to be here with you in the booth. If you're just tuning in, it's the final table, the €590 Euro Poker Millions, live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. We could see some action here. Mario going to rejam this one. And here we go. We've got a big flip on our hands. $44.8 million in this pot. What a first orbit it's been. Here we go. We're getting spoiled with action so far. Queen 8 deuce is the flop. Mario looking very, very good on this board so far. The ace king needing big help as we hit the turn. Turn is the king. Massive turn card for the ace king. And now Mario needing a 10 on the river and a 10 only. River is the jack of clubs. Got to win those flips, folks. Mario would have had almost 100 million in chips, but now, as I predicted, it's evening out even further with 7 players remaining. So that would have changed the dynamic considerably there, folks. Mihai with ace queen here, but had Mario won that flip, he would be able to run this table and we'd be six-handed. Instead, it's seven-handed still, and it's way more even than it was before. Raduk22 in the chat. I'm pretty sure that's the Raduk we see on the Felt at Kings. I think he said this before, and if it is, welcome. Lots of Romanians, as expected. Chris says hello. Hello, Chris. 767 is this flop, Mario, with a lot of equity with his 10-9 of clubs. I'm gonna check it over to Mihai. That looks like raising chips from Mario. Raising to 7 million. Mihai might continue here with the ace queen. Problem is, there's not going to be a lot of favorable turn cards for his range, for his hand. Mario will have range advantage, having check raised the flop, barrel on a lot of turns. Raduk says, yes, it is the authentic Raduk, which is here on all the lives. Bless you guys for the best work. Thank you for your comment. Nice to have you with us. We have seen you on many final tables, if I recall correctly. Or at least we've seen you on many feature tables, maybe not final tables. Kazaku with ace king. He said, yes, I'm glad to see your best shows every time and hope one day you will see me at a feature table. I hope one day you all see me at a feature table and we can do a bit of a role reversal. How's about that? Mario will call on the button. Ace king against the sixes. Flop is 7-8-5. Risking bets, nearly 2 mil. Mario will call. Four diamonds hits the turn. Not the greatest of bets here, by the way, on the flop on the 8-7-5, out of position with the ace-king. Wants to just be check calling this one or even check folding. Mario does have a straight now. Mario will bet 6.5 million. Just decide to call, which I'm a bit surprised to see. 5 of diamonds rolls off on the river. $14 million now is the bet from Mario. Flush gets there as well, and it's a paired board. Adrian looks like he's a non-believer here. I just don't know how you can make a call like this on this river, on this run out. That's a big hand for Mario. Now playing 76.4 million. These two probably know each other's game as well. Well, these players at the final table will have played with each other several times. They're going to be very wide about each other's games, etc. Ivan in the mix. Flops top pair. Big blind defending with 9-8 off suit. So Mihai raising on the button here. 10-9 of clubs, getting 3-bet from the small blind. Quite a small sizing from the King Jack of diamonds here. Like to see it about 7.5, 8, even 8.5 million. Mihai might have to peel here for 3.5 million, getting very good odds, 3-1. Top pair here for the King Jack. Good shot, straight draw for Mihai. 14.4 million in this pot already. Jakob just needs to bet small, something around 4 million. 4.5 million. Goes for 4.5 million. Mihai just gonna let it go. Nice pick up there, all the same for the King Jack of Diamonds. Mario, who we have no idea what he looks like. Let's it go all the way around to the button. Small blind now for Kazaku. Jack 8 off suit. Stratus says, good morning, everyone. I hope you had a good night of sleep. Thank you, Stratus. Yes, we're ready to go. It's been a very fun opening frame so far, and we haven't even played 2 full orbits. Well, we lost one already, Stratus. In epic fashion. He called it off with just ace jack high on the turn. On a pair board, it was 6-5, 3-5, something like that. Right out of the gate. Maybe I have the 3 wrong on the board. It was a higher card. Papa G raising it up to 4 million. And Julien can't do much here with just a5 off suit. Peppa takes it down. Peppa was the one that eliminated Shu. Stratos turning trips. It's 6-5 off suit. Flopped a pair. It was a flush draw on the board as well. Mihai opening with pocket 7s. Kazaku here with pocket 10s in the cutoff. He's going to 3-bet to 6 mil. That's going to put the pressure back on Mihai. Pocket tens will take that one down. Julian raising to 3.2 million. Blinds have gone up now, by the way, folks. 800k is a small blind. 1.6 million is the big blind with a 1.6 million running big blind ante. That's 800, 1.6, 1.6. Mihai is going to go for a call here against the hijack open. And flops the world here on 8-7 deuce, all clubs. $2.2 million is the bet from Julien. Queen Diamonds rolls off on the turn. 13.2 million in this pot now. And that's a card that Julien is going to lose some chips on. Trips on the river. Mihai might get paid here substantially. Don't see any other way about it. Doesn't want to go too small. Something around half pot here seems good. 6.9 million, yeah, almost exactly half pot. Julien forced to snap him off, of course. That evens things out even further now. Mihai playing nearly 40 million. Look at this now, guys. You've got 2 players in the 40 big blind zone. You've got 3 players in the 30 big blind zone and 2 players in the 20 big blind zone. But one double up, even from Ivan here, puts them back up at nearly 50 bigs. So one double up basically makes any player at this table chip leader. What an exhilarating final table this is going to be. Mihai raising to 4.4 mil in the small blind with king 6 off suit and ace 4 of spades here in the big blind for Jakob. He's going to call for the additional 2.8 million. Queen 10-7 is the flop. And that's going to get the job done. Mihai playing that one strong. Jakob not being able to continue on the Queen 10-7, even if he did have backdoor spade, backdoor straight draw working for him. Julien raising under the gun with king jack off suit. He takes that one down, and now Mario with ace king off suit. Look at this, guys. We could have a big flip on our hands. Two red ladies on the button for Jakob. We've seen him win a flip already. Action back on Mario after Jakob 3 bets to 7 million. Looks like Mario's going to make it about 14 million here. Four bets to 17. I don't see any way Queens are getting away from this one. $10 million for Jakob to call. Does shove all in. Mario calls, and look at the size of this pot. 89.6 million. This is underpants stuff for both players involved. Jakob is the at-risk player. Mario would still have 19 big blinds remaining. This is a huge flip for both players involved, and indeed the tournament. 7-4-3 is the flop, 2 hearts. Jakob way out in the lead now with Queens. Mario needing help. You've seen Jakob spiking a king on the turn when he was flipping. Turn is the jack of spades, and now just 3 outs and 3 outs only for Mario. The ladies looking good as we hit the river, and it is the 9 of hearts. Unbelievable stuff. Mario under 20 bigs now, and the Polish man very healthy with nearly 90 million in chips. Jakob with 56 bigs is now your chip leader by quite some margin. Kazaku now with 41 in second place, and Peppa G with 33, Julien with 31, Nikolai Mihai with 28, Ivan with 23, and Mario now your shortest stack playing 19 big blinds. That is a huge double up for the Polish man. And I can't find much information about him on his handing mob. Do people know in the chat how much money he's won in the past? Pepper G defending very wide here with just 5-3 off suit. Flop going check on 10-9-7-2 spade. Flop, third is the deuce of clubs. Here is the 4 of spades and Pepper G just with 5 high. Pepper G going for a bluff. 4 million. Sky never misses a spot to bluff on the river, from what I can tell. Shooting McQueen Jack of spades, min raising on the button. Mario defending and flopping 2 pair. We could see a lot of chips go in here. Julien, Queen Jack of spades, flopping a flush draw. $2.7 million bet, 2.7 million call. Mario could have attempted to bump it up there. With his 2 pair, it's vulnerable enough. Out of position. And now it goes check, check. Wow. River is the queen of clubs. Mario will be saying goodbye to those chips. That's 4.5 million. I actually thought we could see Mario go broke here. Julian surely just wants to shove now. Once checking back. Such a strong hand. Julian shoves and Mario forced to fold, and now he's going to be the clear short stack, playing just 11 big blinds behind. I would have liked to see the 9-6 check jam or check raise on the flop personally. See a few people asking about Kings. Head over to the website www.kingsresort.com. You can get all the additional information about this fantastic resort. Adrian min raising in the hijack with A7 of diamonds, and Peppa G going to call on the button with 5-4 suited. Bit of a wide call here from Peppa, but he's not afraid. Jack 7-3 is the flop. Adrian checks and Peppa G checks back. Thought we might see Peppa G take a stab at that with backdoor heart draw and a good shot straight draw. Does take it down with the delayed C-bet. Aces here for the chip leader. Peppa G calling. Ace 10 suited. 10-7 deuce is the flop, and Peppa G might lose some chips here. He's got top pair, top kicker, but massively inferior to the aces of the under the gun open from Jakob. Turn is the 9 of clubs. Ace is going to continue firing, of course, betting 8 million. It is an under the gun range, but you've got to remember he's the chip leader. We're 7-handed. Peppa G going to call a second time. River is a blank. It's the 3 of hearts. 31.2 million in this pot. How big does Jakob want to go? He can rep busted straight draw, busted flush draw. Yeah, I was thinking there are a lot of hands that beat him out there. Maybe he wants to go into check call mode, depending on how much Peppa G bets. Interested to see what you think about that one in the chat. Did he miss out on some value on that river? It's the worst thing in history there if you bet the river and get jammed on. Granted, you just have to let go of your hand, but is it not better then to just go into check call mode? I don't think Peppa G is going to be bluffing on that river. It's just not the time to do it. So perhaps going into check call mode is better than betting. If we're going to bet, I was going to say somewhere around 14 million into 31-ish. Maybe even a little bit smaller, 10, 12. Because it was such a brick and all the straight draws and flush draws perhaps missing out on value there, but he is over 100 million in chips now, 67 big blinds. Adrian will get a walk with the ace-king. Jakob 3 betting to 8 million here on the button. High opening in the cutoff. The ace-4 offsuit. Action back on high. So he will just take that one down, the ace-4, obviously not being able to withstand the pressure of the 3-bet from the button. Mario going to be forced to shove this one, ace-jack offsuit. That gets Ivan to fold 6s. Wow, look at this. Kings at kings for the chip leader. I believe he came in the start of the day as one of the chip losers. He had 16 bigs to start the day. What a frame it's been for him so far. This is insane. The stuff of dreams. So Mario all in. Jakob calling. What a difference a turn card made with his ace-king against the 10s. Finds himself in great shape to win a 40 million pot, eliminate Mario, and go 6-handed for this title. Mario needing a lot of help. Not over yet, but I don't see the kings being cracked on this occasion. This guy is just running hot. It is 995. No ace out there so far. Turn is the 7 of diamonds. There's 3 aces remaining in the deck as we hit the river. Well, it isn't to be, it's the 10 of clubs. So we do lose Mario in 7th place. That means 6 players remaining now. I think we're going to go on a short break. Short is in, only around 10 minutes or so. 7th place, Mario taking home €56,000 for his efforts. He was chip leader. He does bow out. Nice victory, or nice sum of cash for him. Not victory, €56,000 and a 10k ticket. He's going to have to be happy enough with that on this occasion. Victory for the Kings is what I was trying to say. 72,000 locked up for all remaining players. I will see you all in a few moments. Things are just heating up. What an action-packed frame of poker that was from the Euro Poker Millions. We'll keep it right here. See you all in a few moments.
Does make way for Martinson, who's not going to get super out of line with this Queen 4 offsuit on the button. He's going to allow Adamski to create some action from the small blind.
He is covered by the big blind.
The big blind, before Adamski even asks, is like, hey, get the big chips up front, I want to see. That, does that play in your mind, Randy, that
well,
Nojbal's going to have a hand? Oh, he does have a hand!
Jammed.
And he's going to find out it's 20 bigs. And 6 is Randy. Surely too much of a hand to fold.
I think this is too much. There we go.
Flicks it in, and Adamski's going to be delighted to see he's flipping. So many of the snap calls were dominating him. Huge flip out of nowhere. 2.7 million chips. Adamski just ripping 20 bigs. Getting action.
Yeah, this escalated quickly once he asked how many big chips you got, even though action wasn't to him yet. But here we go, 2 flop. Safe for the 6s.
9-9-4. Adamski needing to find some paint. Or running straight. Turn of no use. 1 card from elimination.
Needs that queen or jack for Adamski to stay in here. And that's the end.
It is GG's for Adamski.
You could maybe put some mayo on the wheel, Henry. Just, you know, to take the heat off of pizza.
Let's just, you know, ease our way into the booth.
Pocket 6s. Let's see how the German eases his way into this one. $160. Min raise here with the blinds at 40, 80, and 80.
Yeah, we do have about 10 minutes left on this level. So we worked our way down the final 2 tables. Vela, Italian, currently 14th in chips. Just going to proceed with caution by the looks of things. Comes with the defend.
Uh-oh. Top pair against bottom set. Monotone texture, though, could keep Vela from losing more.
Yeah, the saving grace here is these 3 diamonds on board for Vela. Could have been absolute showers, because it does mean that Poodle's going to continue for a smaller sizing rather than a larger one. Say it was like a Queen Jack 6 two-tone.
Another 200 into the middle after the check call of 100K. Very dry turn card now. The type that rates to keep ace queen very involved.
Wow, it's gone pretty big. 5-10. Trying to get all of the money in on the river.
Also trying to make sure that those diamonds are going to pay a hefty price if they want to see a river.
Sure, but I feel like this size actually gives the Italian an option to escape this setup when we bomb 5-10. It feels like he's playing the strength of his hand rather than targeting specific parts of his opponent's range. You know, like this bet size, for example, just folds out all Jack X. It folds out a lot of the Queen X. And those are hands that we should be trying to get value from, right? Feel like we could have sized closer to half pot, but what do I know? Because he's getting paid.
That he is. As another million plus suddenly finds its way into the middle. You see the heart swallow there from Poodle. He's okay with red cards as long as they're hearts. And that 8 doesn't look very scary.
But maybe it's like, okay, now I want to target one pair hands.
$1.2 million. This is a big chunk of 2 million back.
It's grim.
Vela.
It's grim because of how under-repped we are. I mean, he's flat called pre off of 30 big blinds. Oh, he's looked him up. 4 million chip pot for Poodle and Vela down to dust, Ali. No need to bluff it all off with reckless abandon, which we're all guilty of from time to time. Now's not the time to do it.
73,000 euros locked up. That'll be the payout for the next 2 spots, 13th and 12th. Final table will be set when we get down to 9.
Kings now for Sai. What's going on? They've all had some Haribo fizzy colas on break or something. I mean, rocket fuel.
Jack being deliberated on by Poodle, who I think is just as aware as you and I in the booth here, Henry, as to how snug Sai has been operating out there. Decides not to get cute as...
Money's just going in, Ali.
Yeah.
I mean, let's go. Back-to-back hands, the wheels have come off. Ladders round every corner.
Under normal circumstances, this ace-king would just be so sexy, but in the face of a snap call by 2 black kings,
Just gonna be bang bang.
yeah.
Sayonara, Italy. Sai, the Italian assassin, if he can just hold here.
I believe Arrivederci Italy would have been more apropos, but I know,
You know, I'm trying, okay? It's been a long month, Ali.
that it has. And it's also been a long day out here for Vito Vela. One that he hopes can continue, but an ace for the time being. That which would be required. 4-set continuation unavailable on the Queen 5-3 board.
Jump into the action over there after this.
Sure sounds that way.
Hello?
Wheel gutty now as we add deuces to the mix. 7 outs one time. Can Vela find extended play here in the main?
All right, folks, we're back. First hand, Julien is opening the button with the King 9 offsuit, and Peppa G is going to stuff it all in from the small blind with pocket sevens. Six-handed now in the Euro Poker Millions, €590 buy-in. Final day, day 5, coming to you live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov if you're just tuning in. That's what you're watching. $500,000 for the winner. And it's your boy, your Irish pundit, Action Man Dan in the house. The broadcaster for the duration of this event. King 9 never calling there. Nice pickup for Peppa G. Apocalypse is getting married in the Shetland Islands, where she is from, next Saturday. Wish you all the best of luck, sir. Peppa G going to open things up with the King Jack Spades. Mihai not going to defend with the 8-6 offsuit. You would definitely see Peppa defend with the 8-6 offsuit there if the roles were reversed. But Nikolai Mihai recognizing how strong the ICM is at the moment. And a man of Peppa G's caliber is just going to keep barreling. Richie is saying that I'm a guest. I am not allowed to go to any more weddings. I had a wedding last weekend. It was difficult to get home from. Found myself stuck in Galway when the match was on. So I've had 4 weddings already this year. I don't want to have a funeral. If it was closer, yeah, I might consider it. I'm not around this weekend anyway. I was in Bratislava, I got home, then I had a wedding. It was tough to get back then, and on Sunday I got stuck in Galway. Couldn't get any transport out of there, hence why I couldn't make it to the commentary booth, which is a first in my 2 years working with Kings. But hey, I think we've more than made up for it now and redeemed ourselves on the Monday, Tuesday, and now Wednesday streams for the Action Man Dan fans. No more weddings for me for a while. Richie says he's 34 years married this year. That's how long I've been alive. Imagine that. As Rasta Bombast is Peppa G a real G? He certainly is a real G. Average stack is still 62 million. Wow. It's just a massive testament to how great these structures are. Quick Concurrent is in the house. Mihai taking down the blinds and antes with the ace-10 suited. 10-7 offsuit, raising to 4.5 million. Yeah, Jakob can really open up his game here with 140 million in chips. 10-7 offsuit going to be more than good enough to open on the button. Just look at that sea of yellow in front of him. That's just an incredible amount of chips to have six-handed. Mihai opening in the hijack and Julien three betting from the small blind with ace-4 offsuit. That will get Mihai to fold as king 10. Nice pick up there for the ace-4. So we have three players underneath the 30 big blind stack. And then Julian with 36, Adrian with 41, and then way out in the lead is Jakob with 88 big blinds. Nearly 40% of all the chips in play. Golden opportunity here for Ivan to rejam with the Jabracadas. But looks like he just wants to pick one off here in the big, considering it's an under the gun open. I would have expected to see him just rejam. Perhaps his hand is just so strong, wants to get value from it. Post up. We might see Mihai lose his entire stack here, or most of it. Both players with an overpair on the 8-4 deuce rainbow board. Ivan will just call. Ivan addiction. That is disgusting. Got a feel for Ivan here. 9 of clubs rolling off on the turn. And I don't see any way Ivan is getting away from his hand. Mihai just wants to bet a small amount that sets up a river jam. Something like 4 million, 3.5 million even. $4.2 million seems like the bet. He's gone for 4.7. Does call. The river is a brick. 3 of hearts. Ivan checks, and I don't see any ways check folding here. He's just going to be forced to check, call it off. One thing I will say about having jacks here, when the 8 and the 9 are out there, we block a lot of straight draws we would want our opponent to have. With 24 million in the pot, he just wants to move all in. I don't want to see him bet something like 6.5 mil, 7 mil. It's just a shove. Yes, Ivan could have a hand like Ace-5, but we're letting our opponent get away when he does have an 8 or a 9. He's not going to have much 9x, but Ivan lucky to still be in this tournament, even though he was just super unlucky with that turn card. Mihai now playing 54.2 million, and Ivan down to 6 bigs, 10.3. I was sure we would see Ivan go broke there. We could be Captain Hindsight there and just rejam pre. I don't know if the nines can call off. Yeah, I don't think either player could have had ace-5 in that hand. It was just worth giving an honourable mention, considering the straight got there on the river. He was setting a trap with such a strong hand. Ivan has over 7 million in online earnings, so he's not exactly afraid, guys, if that's what you're thinking. Oh, holy God, look who's got kings again. Takes down another one. 3 betting to 10 mil. Getting the ace-10 offsuit out of there. Mihai opening on the button here. Ace-3 suited. And Adrian is going to turn his hand into a bluff. 3 betting from the big blind here with 10-8 offsuit. Putting the pressure back on the button. Kazaku going to take that one down, gets the ace-3 of hearts to fold. Jakob, 4.5 million to go on the button is getting 3-bet by Adrian to 20 million. You can call me crazy here, but this would actually be a 6-spot to 4-bet rip. Like, what can Adrian call off with in the small? He has to have such a narrow range to call off with, given the ICM pressure. It would be a disaster to lose that much chips if he's wrong, so he does decide to let it go. Portcliffe says, be warned, a special person is about to join the chat, and lo and behold, it's his fiancée, Laurie. Hello, Laurie. Nice to have you with us. Best of luck next weekend. Ivan is committing himself here with the King 10 off suit. Well, I think Jakob has a hand strong enough to call it here, King Queen. Just has to make it about 10 mil here or click it, whatever the case may be. Yeah, 3-betting to 15 million is fine. Ivan all smiles. 23 million in the pot. It's not his first rodeo. Jakob with the chance to eliminate another player. Ivan at risk. Jack 4 deuce. No help to Ivan. It's going to be tough to beat Jakob today, guys. Turn is the Queen of Spades, gives additional equity to Ivan. River is the 7 of diamonds, and we will say goodbye to Ivan Banik in 6th place. Good game, sir. Unlucky in the end. Got a lot of chips going from towards the end of yesterday, but he does bow out in 6th place. We'll take home €72,000 for his efforts. And a 10k ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe. Yes, please post the hen and mob there, giant dad of Jakob. With 5 remaining now. Lehigh with kings. Julien, the opener from the button. €96,000 is the current payout. Yeah, it looks like Jakob doesn't have any live earnings. That's incredible. Wow. Perhaps he is a cash game player, though. He's been playing very well. Granted, he's running shit hot. Lehigh 3 betting to 9.6 mil. Julian gets rid of his ace-5. Lehigh will take that one down. Laurie says we will be going out in a minute. So it was nice to meet people, have fun. Yeah, have a nice day. Thanks for joining us. Pepper G with the open. Ace-10 off suit. Pepper G betting 2.5 million. Adrian defending with the 9-6 off suit. King 7-3. I think he just has to let this one go, as he's thinking of doing some funky check raise. That looks like he might be thinking about reaching for chips here. Wow, Adrian going for the funky aforementioned check raise. Peppa G releases. Nice pickup for the 9-6 offsuit there. Expected to see him just fold that one. Wins a nice pot. Ace 4-4 is the flop, and that's going to go check, check. You see how wide Jakob is raising now. Opening from the button with the 7-3 offsuit. Julian gonna call. Good shot, straight draw, king high. River is a deuce, and do my eyes deceive me? Is Jakob gonna lose a pot? I don't think Jakob wants to call here. He's got a lot better hands to call with. It's very unlikely the big blind is bluffing. The way this one is played out. Does get away from it. This will be the last hand before a break. We are going to be doing a chip race. 5 remaining. We're going to have a new chip in play. Not something you see often. It's going to be a 5 million brown chip. G stuffing it on Julien, and that's going to bring us to a break. I will see you all in about 15 minutes for lots more action from the Euro Poker Millions.
Of Keating, he's used to playing the role of table captain. I did say, you know, there's only enough room at this table for one B-knock. Looks like we're going to have a blind v blind confrontation between the two.
And Volkov, he can open with far less than 2 9s, and yet that is what has been delivered. And let's see Keating's reaction.
$65K. Sprinkle 2x from Volkov, who's been getting the better of everyone at this feature table, not just Keating.
Gut shot straight draw on a 7-7-6 board. Volkov playing it as a check, and Keating wasting no time barreling.
Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, the flat from Volkov. And now 7's full, Keating drawing dead.
Perhaps a safe turn card for Keating to avoid going broke on. Although probably less inclined to give Volkov these types of holdings. Would have expected pairs to c-bet perhaps. Looks like he's carving out a decent sized shell.
And look at the way Ruslan is playing this one, Henry. Now a full house on board. 2 check calls. Do we come out and bet with the 9s now, with the sense that Keating won't be able to get away from playing the board? Obviously Volkov decides no. I mean, surely Keating feels as though this is a gift from the deck on the river that would allow him to chop. Oh, no. You know, only a 7 that Volkov, I think, is truly worried about as played.
I mean, we were teasing that this was an entanglement waiting to happen.
Yeah.
Well,
You see the disbelief on Keating's face, who, to his credit, by the way, isn't incredulous about the situation. Obviously, he knows that Volkov will have a hand from time to time. Did you catch a glimpse of Shilko's glass, by the way? I don't think that's on offer here at Kings. That may be a personal receptacle there. That copper. Well, he's not working a Moscow Mule
No.
Venti, is he, or a mint julep?
It's the entire fit. He's got the Rolex Yacht Club polo shirt on. He's got the Breitling Aquamarine Super Ocean timepiece on his left wrist. You know, he's got the Triton scarf, copper flask. I dig it. He's trying to go for the old Dad's hedge fund is funding my poker career look. Don't believe me when I go all in kind of vibe.
Oh, we know differently. His talents are funding his poker career. 10-7 suited is funding the Hijack Open from Tabakaru. Oh, remember, 3-bet from the small showed the ace-king. Obviously looking to buy some table image. Ace-9 suited. We pause upon Kuru.
I don't know if you've sensed the shift in the pace of play as well as we head into the final 90 minutes or so. We've been at 46 for a while. They were dropping like flies when we came back in as Shilko in the small with the decision for 10 bigs. Oh, here we go. Is this it? Checking the itinerary.
245 already delivered, so this will be a spin. There's no world in which Kuru's going to release. But Shilko trying to put him on a range here. Hijack open, button 3-bet. When you have the ace-queen, you're focused more upon the 3-betters holding than the opener, correct?
Yes and no. I mean, the 3-better is on the button, playing around the same stack as the opener. Going to just be leaning into the perceived lighter open from the hijack. I think it's evenly split in terms of how worried we are about both players. Not an easy spot. Not an easy spot. I mean, he knows he has no fold equity, so he's always going to be spinning the wheel. It's whether he wants to go for it or not.
Everybody playing so slow.
Who just said that?
I didn't catch it. Maybe Benitez?
Oh, there we go.
I know, but
Comes to the right decision. Yeah, Benitez a bit uncalled for in my opinion. It's a 3-bet spot
46 left, main event.
with action behind, like
минимум дамы. Минимум дамы, не годится. I know. Никогда. Просто ты don't know about that. Здорово.
Well,
Первый раз он исполнил, прикинь.
comments aside,
За что я говорю, да, да.
we're going to play for 760.
Look at the class. Kura's giving it, by the way. Kind of just like, hey pal,
Удивительно, да?
be careful who you make enemies of.
Paired flop, presenting opportunities for Kuru. Shilko. Nervy moments for his ace-queen, and the 9 on the turn. A dagger delivered to the Belarusian. Can he find a queen in turn on this river? That would be the only escape. And he cannot. No justice sometimes. Obviously, Shilko coming off of a massive victory at the PSPC. Doesn't have a whole lot to complain about, but that was a spot that deserved a bit better.
You're in trouble now, pal. The Ukrainian bulldog.
Who really has been kind of quiet, dormant, let's call it, for the most part. Did play that ace-deuce against Sai. Flop 2 pair, got counterfeited on the turn, got away from it on the end versus a very meaty bet. Here he is with this king-queen. And he's got Deset's queen-9 in a bad way. First involvement we're seeing from Andre. And this is going to be a troublesome flop when we've got 1.4 million back. Top pair, 550 in the middle, 200K bet.
Yeah, this SPR against this opponent as well. I mean, this feels like an inevitable end of the road, perhaps, for Andrzej, unless he can find a safe turn or... No, he's check raising. Check raise for a third of his stack. Queen 7-3, 2 spades, only 1-9 left in the deck.
Volkov would hate to lose a customer here if he were to put the rest on request now. I think the flat here and allow Deset maybe to put the rest in there would be a safer path to ensuring that you're going to get the spin for all of it.
I like where your head's at. In theory, that makes a lot of sense. I think if we're a bit deeper, with Deset putting in 500 of his 1.4, I wouldn't fault Volkov for thinking, okay, let's just run it. This guy is never folding. Queen 9 may actually still hit the muck here if he goes all in, but he's going to side with you, Ali, and just give Deset as much rope as possible, perhaps with like a 6-4 or 5-4 type holding.
I think Volkov has already decided that he's ready to play for the rest, regardless of how the board develops. So the flat here isn't really of any consequence in terms of, you know, texture changing in some way undesirably for the king-queen.
Let's have a look. A 1.6 outlet.
Everything all right?
On a 10K ladder. Yeah, it's like a hiccup mid-sentence.
You might be experiencing indigestion of the type that Deset soon rates to be experiencing himself if those two little words cross his lips.
I think given that we're on a 10K ladder, he's going to leave a chip behind. If he does, kind of go for all of it. Wow.
So the all-in does come in. Volkov makes the call, and devastation will be that which ensues for Deset unless a 9 is found.
Case 9 needed.
Upside down variety on the end. Brisk GG. And then a walk over to the rail to his camp.
Alrighty, folks, we're back. I think that was a little bit of a loose open from the King 5, but I think it's fine when we've got the chip lead. But the big blind surely wants to be defending with ace 9. Small blind is now 1 million. Big blind is now 2 million with a 2 million. Running big blind ante, that's 1 million, 2 million, 2 million. 5 remaining. Average stack still close to 40 big blinds. Still playing 80-minute levels. Shooting and betting 3 million here on a Jack 8-7. It is Jakob flopping the joint here with the straight on the Jack 8-7. He did lose some of his castle, but they had to chip him up. Turn goes check, check. River is the 7 of hearts. Those brown chips are 5 million a pop. $12 million is the bet. Julien faced with a lot of overcards to his pocket fours out there. Pocket fours lets it go. Another pot for the big dog, playing almost 80 big blinds now. Pepper G raising to 5 million. King Jack of clubs. Adrian with 4 deuce of clubs himself. Just lets it go. Kings for Adrian. Going for the full 3x sizing. Julien is going to call with the Jack 10 off suit and the big. Look at this, he flops 2 pair. Goes for a check. Bet a 5.5 million. Look at this. Adrian going for a huge jam, getting called. 104 million in this pot. This escalated quickly. Julien a 2-1 favorite to have chunks. Turn is the 6 of hearts. And the river is the Queen of Spades. Adrian Kazaku losing a chunk of chips, will only have 13 big blinds remaining now. What a moment that is for Julien. Now playing over 50 bigs. Jakob getting kings, getting a walk. This guy picking up a lot of big hands, especially since we started today. As Johan says, the kings at kings. Yes, indeed. Julien opening on the button here with the ace jack of spades, and Mihai going to call in the big blind with ace 3 off suit. Ace 3 deuces the flop, 2 diamonds. Mihai flopping 2 pair here. Not ideal for Julien, who bets 2.5 million. Mihai looks like he's going to raise. Likes to splash the pot, this fella. Whether he's got it or not. We can see he does have it indeed. Raises to 9 million. This would be raising concerns from Julien. A lot of the time Mihai is just going to be calling. Mihai shouldn't have too much ace-x in his range considering it's button against the big blind. Turn is the deuce of spades. Great card for Mihai. Decides to just jam all in. Goes for the full pot amount. It's going to be very difficult for Julien to fold this. There you have it. Calls it. Pretty sick considering he's just won a monster pot with the Kings. Now just a 9% beside his name and cards to eliminate Mihai. Mihai gonna have chunks if he holds here. 90 million. There it is, the Queen of Clubs. Roduk says, sorry man, but you break kings of kings and karma is a bitch. That's terrible. Does change things around. 82 bigs now playing. Mihai's 45 puts him into second place. Julian with 30, then Peppa G with 15 and Adrian with 14 going to be battling it out at the bottom. Pepper raised to 5 million. I actually think I prefer just ripping this from the button. Does come Queen 4-4. The G bets 3 million. Takes it down. Adrian getting a walk. Not going to see too many of those walk situations with 5 remaining. Kings again at Kings, this time for Adrian. He's 3-betting 16 million in the small blind against Jakob's Open on the button with 10-9 offsuit. Adrian going to shove from the button for nearly 20 big blinds with Jack 9 suited. Takes it down. Mihai in the big blind here with the King Queen of clubs is going to defend against the open from Jakob. And it's an action-packed flop. Jack 9. A lot of equity here for Mihai. Perceived equity anyway, but he's up against trips of Jakob. Mihai going to lead into his opponent here for 5 million, it looks like, and Jakob is having none of it, raising to 15. I think I prefer to just call here if we've got the Jack 10, but if we think our opponent can put in additional money on the flop now, why not put the pressure on? We've all the chips, we can kind of do what we want here. Yeah, it looks like he wants to do a few things. Don't know if he can call here. He's going to be out of position. The pot's going to be bloated. Another pot for Jakob. Takes it down. Yeah, he takes that one down with a 3x open from the small. Julian opening with the ace king. Southside Ronnie in the house. What's up, Southside Ronnie? And Hoodie One says Peppa biggest fish in Kings at FT. It's not the first time you've said that. He's played pretty well, I'm not going to lie. Flippy Long Socks says great gold commentary. Well, geez, I don't know about that. Thank you for such kind words. Outside Ronnie says they're about to start the WSOP here in Canada this week. Nice. Mihai with the check mark on this turn card. Queen 7, 10, 8 is the board. Turn goes check, check. No players with the flush. Mihai checks and looks like Jakub is going for 10 value here. 8 million is the bet with the 5 high flush. I think Mihai just needs to call him off. Mihai calls him off. Nice play from Mihai going for the check call on the river. Small blind just shoving on the big blind there. Pepper G taking down the blinds and antes with the ace-10 offsuit. Mihai takes down Blinds and Antes. 50 bigs, 100 million chips. Jakob raising under the gun and Adrian three betting all in from the cutoff of pocket trees. Pretty big enough shove with these small pockets considering ICM and stuff, but against the overwhelming chip leader, I think it's going to be totally fine. Whoa! Jakob calls. I think this is a huge call. I'm not the biggest fan of this call. I don't think we want to be risking this much chips when we have a stranglehold on our opposition. $80 million in this pot. Either Adrian is going to have 80 million or Jakob is going to have close to 200. $865 is the flop. A stutter step by Jakob. If he doesn't get there, he's going to regret this one later. Oh my God, it's the jack of diamonds on the turn. Always a surprise around the corner of kings. There is the jack. Now Adrian needing a tree on this river. It looks like there's only one tree left in the deck. River is the 8 of hearts and Jakob gets there. It's a bit of a wide jam over the chip leader. I think it's totally fine, but Jakob calls him off anyway and is now playing 192 million. 4 players remaining now. 5th place, Adrian Kazaku, played very well. Will be taking home 96,000 for his efforts. Four players remaining now, all guaranteed a minimum of 126,000 euro. Sulabayan asking how many blinds was that? It was close to 20, the rejam. Around 17 or 18 blinds, I believe. We're going to see more action here because Julian is not going to be folding ace queen four-handed surely against Peppa's jam. Julien will call. We're off to the races. Peppa G with pocket tens. Julien, ace queen off suit. Julien will be down to 8 big blinds. He had over 100 million chips not so long ago. This is a massive spot, massive pot for both players involved. 72 million. Up for grabs. Here we go. It is King 7-8. Could be a big double up here for Peppa. 6 outs can eliminate him still. That's not one of them, it's the 6 of spades. And the river is the 3 of clubs. Peppa G gets a much needed double up. And Julien will be playing 8 big blinds going forward. Ace Queen suited going to take that one down. Oh, Perno draw in the house says trees were a pretty wide jam. King Jack was an even wider call. Guess he had some type of read where he knew he wasn't that strong. Yeah, I guess he's going to be flipping against the overall rejamming range decent portion of the time, but King Jack off just not going to be playing well enough in these all-in situations. Jakob probably not that ICM savvy, considering he's only had a few $100 in live cashes before, which is just incredible when you think about it. He's locked up 126,000 euro for himself. He's playing the guts of 100 big blinds. Dreams can come true. $7 million is the bet on the river there. It gets called by Jakob's ace high. On double pair board, don't think there was anything Jakob could do there. Julien all in for 11 million with King 6 off suit. Peppa G calling on the button with deuces, which I think is a bit too looses. Pretty unique situation here, because if Jakob calls, they both have deuces. Julian could easily triple up here. Could just fold here for the 9 million more. Ace King 3 is the flop. Julian looking poised for a double up to 27 million. Turn is the 10 of diamonds and the river is the 4 of hearts. Julian loving that one. Oh, look at this. Jakob raised the 6 million on the button, 9-6 offsuit. Julian finds a 6 offsuit in a small blind. And Peppa G with the ladies. It is all in and call, and if Julien doesn't get lucky here, Peppa G's going to win a sizable pot, and we're going three-handed for this title. Here we go. Ace in the window. Julian going to be back to 54 million. This will put Peppa G down to 15 bigs. Nothing Peppa G can do here, of course. And it is the 6 of clubs, so just a lady and a lady only on the river. It is the 4 of spades. Julian back to 54 million, Peppa G down to 31. Nah, Blood said, how did he call with deuces earlier? Such a blunder. Insane how often he makes those huge FTs playing this way. Doubled him up twice now. High raising to 4.5 million here with Ace King of Diamonds. And that's a 3-bet to 10 million from Jakob. Ten 6-5 is the flop. These guys talking to each other for the hand. Turn the hand, they've gone a bit quieter now. He's going to bet very small, 4 million. Might go a little bit larger there, but that's me just being griping a little bit maybe. Turn is the 4 clubs, so that's a card he wants to continue barreling on with 33 million out there. So I to just check it back. That's also totally fine as long as he's going to do something on the river. I personally think he's just got too much equity though. Wants to keep firing. What's this Jakob doing here? Big mistake here to check it back on the river with just 9 high. Misses a spot there completely. Decision fatigue perhaps. Don't know what he was thinking there. Should have thought about it for longer for sure. I think it's okay to occasionally check back that turn with so much equity, but if you're not going to be getting check raised often, it makes no sense to not continue barreling. That's the first real big mistake we've seen from Jakob. Although I don't particularly like his call with the King Jack against the pocket trees either. Like I said, he's by far the most inexperienced player remaining. And he's been playing a blinder for the most part. So don't want to be too harsh or critique him too much. But surely when he looks back at that, knows he has to continue barreling with so much equity. Jakob taking down that small one. Johan says that is the power of kings. The less experienced players can have the time of their lives. They really can. Where else would you see it? A €590 buy-in with a prize pool of 3.2 million? Not in Europe anyway. Queen 4-4 is the flop. Mihai with Queen 7. I would have liked to see him continuing barreling there with an ace. Rolling off on the turn. He seems to have tilted a little bit, or just not thinking about things clearly. Lacking clarity is what I would say. Acting too fast, not considering the ranges. Mihai now nearly playing 150 million. He's really navigated his way back to nearly the chip leader. I think that was a big fold from the A7 there also. Stone Resto saying tired for sure, playing 4 days in a row and staying highly focused is draining. And this is day 5, and God knows how many day 1s they had. So they've probably been playing for about a week straight. And decision fatigue will set in. You can only make so many good decisions in a day. But this is the time. Championship rounds. Don't quit at halftime. Remain composed, calm and calculated and confident if you want to take down such a prestigious title, €500,000, and become the European Poker Masters champion. Mihai completing his option here in the small. And Jakob going to bump it up, it looks like. 6.5 million to go. Mihai will fold. These two basically dead even in chips now. One big blind separating the two. Jack's on the button, raising to 5 mil. Jakob 3-betting to 12 million. Like to see him go for much larger sizing when they're playing this deep, especially against the button. Jakob out flopping the Jeffries of Mihai. Wants to bet about 10 million here. Or about quarter pot. That's a little bit small. Fine though. Betting a call and the turn is the ace of diamonds. Goes for another bet, this time 13 million. Mihai not liking this. Perhaps he might call a second time for his sizing. There's a big hand that's developing between the two. The button against the small blind, the two chip leaders. Mihai with ace king suited. Down. Johan says, Dan, have some fun when I leave you alone with all the spectators. Okay. I'll do my best for you, buddy. Back up. Gonna raise this one with A7 of clubs. Pepe gonna shove. Pepe with a brand new bag, shoves for 16 million. Pocket nines. And Jakob gonna call, priced in for 11 million more. He's all in and called 36 million in this pot. And there's no ace out there. Just two aces left. Backdoor clubs, backdoor straight draw working for him also. Curtis at 9. Just 3 outs now and 8 on the river for Pepe G. We'll double up to 36 million. Ten of hearts hits the river. I think that means we're going on a break, folks, for about 10 minutes or so. Let's see you back for lots more action. Don't go anywhere. So much more play to occur today. See you all in a few moments.
Two chains. Not playing Yo's game site. Mucking the 8-3. Yo Viral's game, that is.
Yeah, you guys covered 4 days of those cash game streams from right here in Rozvadov. Massive pots were exchanged, by the way, right here on this channel.
400,000 euro pot going Santosh Savanant's way.
Remember that one. Well, as impressive as 400,000 K or 400,000 euro pots may be, how about the 1.5 million euros that one of these remaining 70 players will be claiming in a 10K buy-in, no less.
Ladder secured. Everyone guaranteed 22,000 for their efforts. Speaking of efforts, Clezzy's trying to get this through here. I don't think it's going to work. Small blind V button. Montagnoli with an interesting decision. Yeah, I think flat is just the play. We get to keep in hands that we have dominated. Weaker ace-x and jack-x.
Ace
Okay,
5
dealer.
deuce as we get ourselves a real collision. Top pair against the second nut flush draw. Note, by the way, that this is the first involvement from the new arrival here at this feature table.
Did you just get water? Did you just get water? To drink water.
An insane flop. 330 in the middle.
We play here 2 label, 1 label.
2 levels.
2 labels. Can I get the 1 still water and 1 sparkling
Early.
water, please? Thank you.
Fresh to the feature table. Unaware of most of these players. how they've been playing. We obviously just have a very clear-cut call here and make the tougher decisions across turn and river.
110,000 does get called. And now we add a gut shot to the equation for Klezis.
Yeah, Klezis now probably recognizing that this is a genuinely strong range. 6s, 7s, 8s, I think we can remove. I think we hear from 10s and jacks pre-flop. Ace Queen O a concern. Ace Jack O. Ace King we also hear from. We're blocking King High and Queen High flush draws that perhaps fold turns. So do we check in the hopes that the Austrian checks back, we get to realize, or do we just try and bulldoze our way through this one?
You see Montagnoli mulling it over here.
Nice hand to check, I think. Looks like he's reaching for a small bet. Yeah, 1/3 pot. Just kind of setting the price for himself to just always be able to check behind. I wonder if this small bet actually induces Klezis to jam the King Queen. All options on the table. If he thinks the Austrian has fold equity.
This is so nasty. This is exactly what we didn't want to have happen. And you see a snap fold from that ace jack.
Oh, if we're gonna bet turn to then snap fold, a self-inflicted wound.
Just so many insane hands in this first frame of play.
Yeah, we've not been spoiled for action, Randy.
Why not? Rajanovski's got ace jack.
He's the man who's been at the heart of most of it.
Love this guy. Love to see him get some chips going his way. Drop in 4 blues. Make that 100K.
Yeah.
Ace queen suit. Oh, he's just in trouble. I don't see a world where Rajanovski gets away from this one against ace queen of hearts.
Yeah, he's been opening all the hands. Now may meet resistance. And he may just decide ace jack suited. It's too much kit. Let's see though. Adamski.
He's grabbing those re-raising chips immediately.
Does take up to 5 blinds. Which may give Rajanovski the appearance that he could potentially
He might
get a
think,
fold.
oh, I can peel this maybe. And if he peels, which he does, there is a chance he can just get away when he misses.
He's got no fear of playing these spots, Randy, with SBR of 1 or less than 1.
He was given a good price pre, to be fair.
Yeah. He's going to need to miss. Unless it's, of course, that jack or clubs. Well.
Club. Followed by 2.
Here we go.
Clubs.
He's just announcing the stop and go, Randy. Stop and go for pot. Now, Adamski has to ponder this. Like, it's not ace-king, is it? Ace-king's jamming pre. So he's thinking, is it a hand like 7s or 5s that...
He pretty much has the nut no pair. He does have the backdoor hearts, which is helpful for added equity. If he's up against 2 clubs, he's doing okay, as you can see. Yes, the question is this opponent ever paired at this point? Hard to say. You know, Rajanovski is hard to put on a hand.
Right, does it feel like against this player we just kind of have to shrug and call.
I would think you'd have to shrug and call. You need to wait how often you're up against like a flush draw or a pair. Even against a pair, you're not doing too bad with
Right.
two overs
If it's-
and backdoor hearts.
If it's fives, we're actually in pretty good shape. Sevens,
If you're
nines,
up
tens.
against, yes,
not-
counterfeit opportunities against smaller pairs, I think this is pretty much a slam dunk call.
Yeah, he does make it. I'm with him. I'd be calling, and he's going to see it's flipping. Of course, there is some chop equity.
Let's see, can he find chance to stay in this tournament for Rajanovski, who's been the most active player at this featured table?
Yeah, we're not picking favourites in the booth. Nothing against Adamski, but I want Rajanovski to stick around, so maybe a chop's fair.
Is that fair? Because that is the nut flush.
That'll do it. Double up via clubs. He's staring Adamski down, even though he's just doubled up for him. I love it.
Interesting to see Peppa Pig not opening the ace-5 suited on the button. We're back, folks. We're live for lots more action. What am I seeing here in the chat saying that Jakub is a superstar in his own right in the realm of online games? Is that correct? He's a millionaire. He's been playing League of Legends professionally for many years. I love to hear these kind of stories. I just didn't notice. 4 remaining. It's great to see you use that mindset and that discipline and bring it over to a game like No Limit Hold'em. It's awesome to see. Blinds have gone up. 1.2 million is now the small blind. 2.5 million is now the big blind, with a 2.5 million running big blind ante. 1.2, 2.5, 2.5. So we've got 2 shorties, 2 biggies is what way it's looking four-handed. No pair, no magic, or no pair, no draw, says I feel like a lot of people who played Magic the Gathering transition to poker. Yeah, it's nice to see when soccer players come over, or tennis players, Olympians, whatever the case may be. So his name is Jack Troll. I've seen people putting that in the chat earlier, but I just thought it might have been his nickname or something. I didn't realize that he's actually famous. Thanks for clearing that up. Jakub getting a walk. If you're just tuning in, guys, on this Wednesday evening now at this stage, it's day 5 of the Euro Poker Millions main event, live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. These 4 remaining players from a starting entry field size of 6,237 are fighting it out for €500,000 for the winner. $500,000. And the 5's forced to fold to the pressure of the button, just shoving all in. Interesting dynamic unfolding here with the two big stacks. Mihai does not want to be getting in the way of Jakub. Jakub can just be stuffing it on the blinds. Neither of them want to bust before the other. Huge pay difference between 4th and 3rd place. Crow Hunter asks why they don't space them out when there's only 4 remaining. They do that now when we get the heads up. Peppa G just going to let that one go. I think he wants to be completing there. Maybe not into Mihai. Tatsa says, I think Mihai will win this. He certainly seems to be the most experienced player with that kind of a stack. You would expect him to be getting the heads up anyway. Mihai steals the blinds and antes. Jakub shoving from the button, and it's not going to work this time. Julian has a monster here in the small blind, 4-handed. Pocket 10s. No! Wow! Gets away from pocket 10s into small blind. Peppa G calls it off with King 10 suited. That's a huge, huge fold from Julian in the small blind. And surely he will regret that one later. Peppa G is ahead, but 2 10s already got into the muck. Queen 9, not looking too bad for the win here with 37% equity. 5-4 deuce, no help. Shocked to see the 10s go in the muck there. It's just going to be too strong. You can really feel the pressure. Turn is a 3. The river is a 9 and it eliminates Peppa G. Wow. Sick. Peppa has been eliminated on the river. Jakob will scoop the booty. And pocket tens will be thinking about what might have been. However, the pocket tens does get a huge pay jump from fourth to third. What an action-packed hand that was. Got a feel for Peppa there. So 3 players go to remain. 4th place going to take home €126,000. Jakob with 76 bigs. Plays Mihai's 59, and Julien, after getting a significant pay jump there, finds himself very short with just 13 big blinds. So we are now 3-handed, folks, for this title. Mihai will take down the blinds and antes. Neither of the big stacks wanting to double up Julien. I think that was an over adjustment there with the pocket tens. Don't mind folding a hand like maybe 5, 6s, 7s, maybe even could go in the muck. 8 plus, surely go printing there. Jakob showing his cards. Mihai not going to defend with the king 9. Just shows how much they want to get Julien out of there and play heads up for the title. And shooting, shoving this one. And this is a really nice hand for Jakub to call with. Jakub might call this one for 24 million more. Wouldn't be shocked to see it. It's a really nice hand to gamble with to eliminate a player, but you don't want to double them up at the same time. What would you do here in the chat? All vote now. I think I just called this amount, and if it was any more, I might just fold and let it go. Does fold. I could go either or with that one, but with our chip stack, I might just flick it in. One of the best calling hands we can have. It's a pure cracker, even if your opponent has an overpair. You've got to think the highest portion of Julian's range might just raise call. Also, Mihai making it 6.5 million to go here from the button, sizing up, putting additional pressure on Julian. Julian might call this for 4 million more. He is getting 3-1 initial odds. I think there is a bit of an extra meta game there as well. You could be putting, folding your Jack 10 suited there to keep the dynamic going. You can put more pressure on Mihai. Obvi Dash saying that in the chat, but I don't know if that's his thought process on the fold. Julian not even going to entertain completing in the small blind with 6-5 suited. Jakob gives a walk to Julian, who will be happy to take back his blinds and antes. A bit of 4 million on the call here. The 3 of spades hits the turn. Jakob is going for another barrel here, 9 million. Don't really know what he's trying to accomplish with this bet. Mihai is just going to call for 9 million. These two not wanting to tangle in gigantic pots, especially with Julian still in the mix. 41.7 million in this one as we hit the river, and it is the Jack of Clubs. Full house now for Mihai. And Mihai now has the chip lead, albeit only by one big blind. Pair no draw, so I didn't want to throw out any value bet with a full house there. Come on, man. I think he could have led for a small sizing that looked like a blockerish type sizing / value bet. Other than that, if you go for a large sizing, it's very unlikely that he's bluffing. Just don't think so on a double pair board like that. Shooting with 10s, 10 bigs, shoves it in. Back up with King 7. Now we've seen how long he took with the Jack 10 a few orbits ago. I don't think he should be calling with King 7. I prefer to call with Jack 10 suited because if we call with King 7, we can easily be dominated. But he does decide he wants to call. And suddenly, Julien is a 2-1 favorite to double up to well over 20 bigs. Here we go. Piece of it for Jakob, but just a pair of 7s. Needs a lot of help. Turn is a break. It's the 3 of spades. Just a king. The king only, or a 7. King or a 7 on the river. It's the ace of clubs. That's a huge double up for Julien, and that changes things dramatically in this 3-handed affair. Jakob 3 betting to 18 million here from the small Mihai, the opener with Queen 10. Sevens for Jakob on the button. Got a 4 million here from Jakob. Mihai just wants to let this one go. Julian is just going to shove from the button for 20 bigs. Mihai with ace 10. He might let this go for this amount of chips. He does. And Jakob needs to just fold a hand like ace 8 here. Mihai opening on the button. Julian going to shove all in from the big with King, Queen of Hearts. The ace deuce folding. Jakob making it 6 million to go. Mihai in the big blind with a monster. King, queen of clubs. Calls for 3.5 million more. Jack 9-4 is the flop. Quickly going check, check. Turns a dicey one for Jakob. He's got an open ender and top pair, but Mihai has him out kicked. Was betting a call on the river is the three of hearts. $13 million is the bet for Mihai, and Jakob gonna call. Big pot there for Mihai. And that puts Jakob down to 53 bigs. I believe we are going on a break. These players are going to go discuss some numbers as far as I've been told. That could take some time. It's going to be about 20 minutes of a break here, folks. I hope you're enjoying the show. We're still three-handed. This one far from over. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back for lots more action for the EPM. See you all in a few moments.
This is Youssef. Pocket tens. 20 big blind stack. I think the short stack, Danielle, who's sitting on 11 big blinds, has a legitimate decision here with ace-jack and decides to put it in. Sebastian is interested, and why would he not be with ace-king suited? Youssef, well, I mean, he's committed here, making it 17,000 from a 60k stack. He's got to put it in with the 10s once Sebastian comes in with a cold 4-bet. 4-bet does come in. Action with Youssef. I mean, this is the problem with the sizing, isn't it really, Henry? A real good example of why this 6X really doesn't have that many benefits. Whereas a min raise here, he can get away easily enough with the action that has followed, but he's totally committed, I think. With the 10s, does pull the trigger, puts the 10s in, and we're going to see three-way action. Two players short, but Youssef with the pair of 10s. Well, this is good for 10s, no diamond, no paint, no ace. 70% for Youssef. That's Youssef in your screen. All in with the 10s.
Yeah, huge spot here to go from 20 to over 50 bigs. And well, the one piece of paint that he didn't mind seeing, Queen of Diamonds.
Daniel on the ropes. Jack and Jack only. Doesn't come from his busto. Daniel eliminated. Now what a pot for Youssef.
Hey, you know the
Shilko.
fold, mate. You know, reverse implied odds, kiddo.
Watch the 5-5 flop.
I mean, watch the 5-5 flop and watch the 500 other boards where it doesn't come 5-5 with 11 left in the main event.
4 players.
I mean,
Even the dealer's kind of going, what the hell is going on here? It's like we're getting a flop every hand. Well, something for everyone. Kaiser's connected, bottom pair. Good shot for Andrea. Top for Stinka. And Sammy has hit top pair.
And what would have happened if we defended King 5 offsuit out of the big blind?
Well, you're probably check folding now, given that Sammy's 3-bet.
Okay, and now we're folding top pair out the big blind.
Absolutely. Andrea.
Furious.
Folding, absolutely. And you can see him nodding his head, looking in disgust at Stinka. Stinka with the goods here. Moves all in. Sammy's calling. I think Sammy goes with this, Henry. In a spot of bother here. He calls it, Henry. And it's goodbye, Sammy. I can't see a way out, obviously. 10 ball would get him out of trouble.
Zweimal nicht geraced, Alter, heftig. Das ist König. König 10.
The flat pre.
König Dame.
Looks like it's going to earn Stinka a massive 7.4 million pot. Sammy made top pair. 3-bet and now calls the 4-bet from Stinka.
Really?
9 on the turn. Now, Jack for the straight, 10 for 2 pair. I mean, it'd be absolutely brutal were Sammy to hit here. Stinka, almost stoic as he just sits down, and the Jack on the river.
Come on! Don't race, S-King, don't race. Bravo. Ja.
This is just unbelievable.
Oh my goodness.
Stinker. Hey. I'm getting the feeling, Henry, that Emil is just not comfortable with how this table's unfolding. He likes to take charge, Emil.
Does.
Become the table captain and kind of set the tone, but it's just not happening for him. Hello, Ace King. Back to visit Mr. Bond once again, of the spade variety on this occasion, 75.
Oh boy. Maybe, just maybe, that previous dialogue exchange between Robert and Mr. Bond is going to get Emil to make a mistake pre-flop. It doesn't, does just defend. Wow.
There's got to be action, Henry. Top pair versus the good shot, backdoor spades, 2 overcards. Mr. Bond has a lot going on here.
We know what the brutal card would be.
Okay, what are you? Jack is coming. Oh, stop it! It's unbelievable. This could be the end of Emil Bissey, Henry. What a card.
Wow. 2 outs once for Emil. You can see the remaining jacks dead. Mr. Bond.
How can you read this guy?
Telling the stone cold nuts. Wow.
Check raise, snap call. I mean, it's brutal. It really is. Now, Emil Bissey with the redraw to the full house. If he doesn't hit Henry, it's sayonara. Former champion on the ropes. Queen or Jack, Mr. Bond stands up.
Brutal stuff here for the champ.
Sick turn card, 7 on the river. Elimination for the former champion. Massive pot. Hey. I'm getting the feeling, Henry, that Emil is just not comfortable with how this table's unfolding. He likes to take charge, Emil.
Does.
Become the table captain and kind of set the tone, but it's just not happening for him. Hello, Ace King. Back to visit Mr. Bond once again, of the spade variety on this occasion, 75.
Oh boy. Maybe, just maybe, that previous dialogue exchange between Robert and Mr. Bond is going to get Emil to make a mistake pre-flop. It doesn't, does just defend. Wow.
There's got to be action, Henry. Top pair versus the good shot, backdoor spades, 2 overcards. Mr. Bond has a lot going on here.
We know what the brutal card would be.
Okay, what are you? Jack is coming. Oh, stop it! It's unbelievable. This could be the end of Emile Bisset, Henry. What a card.
Wow. 2 outs once for Emile. You can see the remaining jacks dead. Missed the bond.
How can you read this guy?
Turning the stone cold nuts. Wow.
Check raise, snap call. I mean, it's brutal. It really is. Now, Emile Bisset with the redraw to the full house. If he doesn't hit Henry, it's sayonara. Former champion on the ropes. Queen or Jack, Mr. Bond stands up.
Brutal stuff here for the champ.
Sick turn card, 7 on the river. Elimination for the former champion. Massive pot.
Ditto saying, is his real name Fire at Will? It is indeed. Change it. Oh wow, what a sick setup.
I mean, Youssef could very well 3-bet jam all in. We've seen him do this.
Yeah.
Loves to get his money in first.
This is 25 bigs. He's going for the 3-bet bluff. Oh, sorry. 3-bet bluff. 3-bet fold. It's interesting, this, like, feels like a bit of a disaster to 3-bet fold if our opponent's going to be jamming in 9s, 10s, jacks. I mean, if that's the case, if we're planning on 3-bet folding, then it just makes more sense to flat and see flops. I'm assuming this is going to be a 3-bet fold, although Youssef yesterday in certain spots did kind of get a bit sticky.
Interesting. Flat call from Fire at Will with the ace-king suited. Card holder on top of his cards, and both players miss. Fire at Will has him covered. Youssef is making a continuation bet here. Looks like 115. It looks like Fire at Will is going to give it up. What looked like a disaster for Youssef. He's found a way to win this, and Youssef just won't believe. Hey. I'm getting the feeling, Henry, that Emile is just not comfortable with how this table's unfolding. He likes to take charge, Emile.
Does.
Become the table captain and kind of set the tone, but it's just not happening for him. Hello, Ace King. Back to visit Mr. Bond once again. Of the spade variety on this occasion, 75.
Oh boy. Maybe, just maybe, that previous dialogue exchange between Robert and Mr. Bond is going to get Emile to make a mistake pre-flop. It doesn't, does just defend. Wow.
There's got to be action, Henry. Top pair versus the good shot, backdoor spades, 2 overcards. Mr. Bond has a lot going on here.
We know what the brutal card would be.
Okay, what are you? Jack is coming. Oh, stop it! It's unbelievable. This could be the end of Emile Bissey, Henry. What a card.
Wow. 2 outs once for Emile. You can see the remaining jacks dead. Missed the bond.
How can you read this guy?
Turning the stone cold nuts. Wow.
Check raise, snap call. I mean, it's brutal. It really is. Now, Emile Bissey with the redraw to the full house. If he doesn't hit Henry, it's sayonara. Former champion on the ropes. Queen or Jack, Mr. Bond stands up.
Brutal stuff here for the champ.
Sick turn card, 7 on the river. Elimination for the former champion. Massive pot. Cut off, Mr. Bond, 7-6. I think I'm just junking this. The likelihood of Jan letting rip is quite high. You don't want to be doubling up a short stack. Not a player as good as Jan Jorgensen. Just let this go. Stinka. Well, he's going to have to start generating some activity soon, Miha Stinka. But not with King 2. Jan's going to let rip, no doubt. And a snap call from Robert Kokoska. Big moment. Massive moment. Jan Jorgensen all in. 10-5, he's live. Robert Kokoska just snapped him off. He had the money in quicker than Jan did. And rightly so with Ace-9 blind v blind. Big moment.
Don't even know if he looked at his cards there.
Jan? Yeah, I think he
just jammed blind.
Auto shoved. So, 5, that helps. Well, 10-5 goes into the lead. Jan now. 3-1 favourite. Robert Kokoska. This will hurt him. Big time. It'll leave him with just 300k. 6 bigs. Robert second shortest on the table. Well, straight draw on the turn for Robert, so 3 good, 9 good obviously, an ace. This is a big moment, Henry. Well, a 3 for the straight.
No way. Disgusting. No. Wow.
We lose the big Dane. It's a pity.
Alrighty, folks, we are back. I believe some form of a negotiation has taken place away from the table. A deal is possible. I think the chip leader would take home 335,000. Second would be 306,000. 237,000 for third. And the guts of 100,000 left for the winner. So that's what I'm being told was being discussed. Whether they signed on the dotted line now, I'm not too sure. I would assume so. Jakob's going to 3-bet to 17 million. Blinds are still 1.2, 2.5, 2.5. Nice to see so many of you still tuned in on this Wednesday evening. It is all to play for here. I'm going to call the additional 10 mil. Richie reckons if they've made a deal, it will shorten the rest of the game tremendously. Maybe that's what they want after playing for basically a week straight. This is a spicy flop. Jakob going to bet 12 million. Mihai with a lot of equity going on here. Turn is a queen. Queenie IO, who has the ball? Is she big or is she small? Jakob going to check his option now. He's got an open ender and a pair. This pot getting bloated, 63 million out there. Let's check back, and the river is the Jack of Hearts. Jakob will win a nice pot and take the chip lead once more. These guys going to be having some fun now since the deal has been done. Imagine they've all locked up the guts of $250,000, playing for 100 grand for the winner. If you're just tuning in, you're watching, I won't say the conclusion, it ain't over till it's over. €590 poker millions. What a few days it's been epic. 3.2 million in the prize pool. Where else would you see it? All happening at the King's Resort, live from Rozvadov. A deal was made, Bosey, yes. 237,000 for Julian and 306,000 for Jakob, I'd imagine, and the chip leader at the time. Got 335,000. Mihai. Nikolai Mihai. And then they're playing for 100,000 euro for the winner. The entry fee for this tournament was 590 euro. Tudziek. There are 3 players remaining from a starting entry field size of 6,237. Mihai 3 betting to 15 mil. Julian with a mandatory 4-bet rip here. Julian does 4-bet rip for 65 mil. Be 50 mil for Mihai to call. Julian gets that one through. There is the leaderboard, 62 bigs playing 53, playing 34. Julian getting a walk with the Jabbercadas. Three betting with the ace blocker, gets the job done. He's gaining traction here, our Julian. The scrappy underdog back in the mix once again. Mihai completing in the small blind with Jack 3 suited. Jakob going to take that one down by bumping it up. Julian betting 2.9 million here with the Queen 8 of clubs. Takes that one down with on the Jack 952 diamond flop. These guys are all relatively still deep. 6 million is the open from the button. Julian is going to call in the big. 8-7 off suit playing the deuces. Deuce in the window. I think Mihai wants to be betting this one most of the time. So 6.5 million is the bet, 6.5 million is the call. Eight of hearts hits the turn. I'm going to check, and the river. Daily quads, Quadzilla, quack, quack. And that pairs the board. You could have missed straight draws here, missed diamond draws. I think we want to go big. Go big or go home. How does 22 million sound? Goes for over pot. Mihai has called. He blocks the straight, you see. Not ideal that he has the 7 of diamonds. Blocks some of the combos you'd want your opponent to have as a bluff. But he does get paid. That's a big difference. Always nice when you can get paid by quads. That's going to knock Mihai down a peg or two. Julian now. All momentum shifting in the Frenchman's direction. I feel like once Julian started talking there, he wouldn't get paid, but he did get paid in the end. Bird is in the house. What's up, Bird? Jakob 3-betting to 20 million. Putting the pressure back on Mihai. He will call. Flop is 8-4-3, 2 spades. Mihai just not able to continue here, I wouldn't think, even if it is only a bet of 12 million. Jakob talking a lot and getting very excited. He needs to remain calm. Jakob raising the 6 million, getting 3-bet by Julien to 17.8 with ace queen off suit. Jakob, it looks like he is going to 4-bet this one. Going for 4-bet, basically just clicking it back to 35 million. Julian not wasting much time there, shoving on the button. The button's 4-bet to 35 mil. This is going to be a serious pickup for Julian, given the dynamic of what's at stake. Jakob letting it go and Julian taking that one down. Now playing 69 big blinds, 173.2 million. This guy has been relentless. He's come back from the brink a few times. And now it has to be said, he seems like the favourite to take down this title. Julian with the open and Mihai. Small blind is going to raise it up. He will take that one down with a 3-bet. Jakob taking that one down with the 9 deuce suited. Kenny the Hearts raised to 6 mil. Mihai going to peel with 4-3 off suit. Very wide peel. They are three-handed. Ace King Deuce is the flop. Heart draw for Jakob. Good shot, straight draw for Mihai. Betting a call, and the turn is the 9 of clubs. Just going to quickly go check. The river is the 10 of clubs. Now Nikolai has to know that he can't win by checking. It's just not the greatest of runouts for him to be bluffing. Let's see what he does here. Nice bluff there, gets it through. Julian taking it down. Raise to 6 million. Queen 9 off suit and Jakob in the small blind. What's he want to do here? All options on the table. Could call, could 3-bet. 3-betting is probably the best option. Goes for 15 mil. Don't really like the sizing. Would like to see him make it more. Yeah, Jakob will take that one down with a 3-bet. Mihai going to call for 4.6 million more with King 6 offsuit against the King Deuce of Julien. Oh wow. Comes King 6-5. Both players with top pair, but Mihai has 2 pair. Is the issue. Ace of clubs hits the turn. A check from Julien now. This pot with 27.3 million. $12.5 million is the bet. So 12.5 million is the bet, 12.5 million is the call. This pot's very big as we hit the river, and look at this. 2 pair for both players. Mihai gonna get it, large double up. Julien, after all his hard work. Mihai not going to be able to fold this one. Yeah, he does. Call. Julien going to get the bad news. That puts back Mihai in the lead. Looks like they're going for another short break. Perhaps they're discussing the deal further. I thought they'd made a deal. Maybe they're going to run some more numbers. We'll see you all inside of 10 minutes for lots more action. Mihai with 64 bigs is your chip leader. Jakob with 51 in second place. And Julien now, after all his hard work, is in third with 34 big blinds. See you all in a few moments.
Feels like the type of hand it'd be a disaster to raise fold, right? Versus this lineup. No. Okay.
I mean, that would have been just high-level stuff. The flat call with the queens after the undergun limped. 3.5x raise from Santos with the queens. Yusef folds, and now Mr. Bond with ace-9.
Looks back at the ace before looking at his second card. Nope, hasn't improved. Still the 9 of spades. So the big blind get through as well. Oh, wow.
It's cooler. And look, Jack will be in the bin.
Oh, that's so sick. Oh, we're going into
Robert
break as well.
Kukoska. I mean, it's over. There's no escape, Henry. He's going to put his money in. Never doubted it. Georgios, I mean, this is just a snap fold. But the noteworthy part of this fold is that one of the jacks will be going over the line. Snap call from Santos with the queens.
Yeah.
It's a really bad situation.
Spades working for Robert. As Finton mentioned, one of his jacks already dead. So it's a 1-out type of situation. You can see his reaction. I mean, it's pretty grim, man. He's been so patient with his short stack and
absolutely horrible.
Finally chipped up a little bit and just gets jacks into queens. No.
Chop possibility?
Yeah, potentially. I mean, we'll take a sweat, right?
Well, that's the end of that. Jack of hearts. Jack of hearts only to save Robert. Well, Robert has Santos covered, but it's a big blow for Robert. Folds under the gun +1. He's folding under the gun. Great situation for Jan, particularly with his image.
Grace.
Here we go.
He has become super active.
Georges is out there.
Now he opens with the goods. Mr. Bond with 7-5. Took a little bit of
I
a
knew
hit.
it. I knew he was gonna.
Yeah, he's just.
I knew he was gonna flick this in.
I mean, this is.
Oh, this is brilliant.
It's emotional.
Boys and girls, we're playing
It's
for
like
over 200,000 euros, and these boys are out here swinging. I knew he was gonna call, man.
7-5 off in the small blind position, and he hits a pair.
Oh, here we go, boys and girls.
Okay, fasten your seatbelt.
What on earth is happening?
And Mr. Bond is going to feel like he's ahead here a bunch of times, isn't he? Particularly against someone like Jan. Are we going to see a check raise?
I think it depends on sizing. Like that is.
Well, that's a huge 3/4 pot bet, it looks like.
I mean, a fair play to him. He's going to get value from it.
Hello. Oh boy. It's kicking off here.
It really is. A 7 would be so disguised as well. Alright, that's gonna probably hand over.
I'm not sure, Henry.
All in.
Well, it is now, for sure. I mean, Jan with the ace of clubs. I mean, what's he trying to do? He just wants to clear out all the hands that he's absolutely crushing. I think this is a mistake from Jan, Henry. I mean, I've got my customer, I have him interested, and now I'm just killing him off here on the turn.
You've seen Mr. Bond rattled.
If you tell you what you have, I tell what I have. I show you.
Well, Mr. Bond won't want to tell him.
Tell me if it's true. Huh? Pocket 7.
before. If you're like 16, 18 hours playing for that money, and that has like to give you a hotel, and I mean, we didn't expect so many players.
I think it overexceeded your expectations.
So this is
I
like
think first time I played in Kings 10-handed on the table.
Sometimes it happens.
Yeah, well, it's good. Poker is booming.
So that takes 40 minutes by level, half blind, after deal. 40 minutes from now. 1.5, 3 million. Good. That's all right. You're here.
Thank you.
Capital.
3-3, yeah, blind? Or we play last game?
1.5.
Expect that? I need to give up this spot. So you have a plan in your mind. You have a plan. Sneaky weasel.
All right, folks, we're back. Yeah, I believe a deal has been made, and they're playing for 100 grand for the winner. Small blind is 1.5 million. Big blind is 3 million with a 3 million running big blind ante. Still a 40 big blind average, three-handed. Lots of playability left in this one. If you're just tuning in, it's the Euro Poker Millions main event. Live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov, €590 buy-in with a whopping 6,237 entries. 3 players remain fighting it out. They've all won at least €250,000, it seems. And that's an all-in from the small blind. We'll get threes out of the way.
Hopefully you're still alive by then. Hopefully you're still alive by then. You're fine. Really, I enjoyed watching you guys fight from the rain last time. It was good.
The adrenaline must be pumping through these three remaining players' bodies. They need to stay focused. You want to become that champ. All the glory that goes with it. After battling for about a week, I'd imagine. Julian going to bet 3.5 mil here on the Jack 9-9 flop. Yeah, going to call with the Queen 7 of spades. Enzi, yes, there was a deal made. I'm after saying it a few times now. Maybe you didn't hear. No problem. They all got over $250,000 each, and they're playing on for the trophy, €100,000. 97,800 euro for the winner. When the deal was made, Mihai got 335. I think Julian got 237, and Jakob got 306. And it says, Dan, I thought you couldn't make a deal of kings. You can't, not officially, but I don't know what about this tournament. I'm just telling you the information I was given. What happens away from the table stays away from the table. Mihai raising the 7.5 million here on the button with Jack 7 offsuit, and Jakob in the small blind ace queen offsuit. Goes for a tiny 3-bet to 18.5 million, 11 million more for Mihai to call. Radek, I don't know why you're asking me again. The 235k at the time, it was 237 for Julian, 306 for Mihai, 335 for Mihai, and then 306 for Jakob. Unless the numbers got changed or they went and discussed something else, that's the numbers I was given. Playing on for 97,800 euro for the winner. No problem, Radek. Just that's all I know. Jack Jakob getting a walk with the King Jack. Oh wow, Julian getting a walk with Kings.
I'm smelling. Always on the left. I'm always smelling. So first you call me a dog and now you call me a girl, which? Okay, okay. I'm gonna wait you outside. I'm gonna wait you outside. Call them. Are you cutting out? Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, that's the... So like 1.5? Oh, shit.
Jakob raising to 7 million here on the button, and Mihai in the big blind here with Ace King off suit. We'll 3-bet and take it down. Julian just going to straight up rip 20 bigs here on the button with pocket eights.
Last time it was big mistake. Exactly 60. Exactly 20 bigs.
So 56 bigs playing 47, playing 21. Still a lot of chipoladas in play. Well over 100 big blinds still in play with 80 minutes on the clock. This could go on for quite some time yet, but it is Mihai that has nearly half the chips in play, 45%. I'm actually getting some information that we are now playing 40-minute levels. So we've gone from 80 minutes to 40 minutes because of the structure. It's still so great. Just a testament to how amazing these tournaments are, especially for €590 buy-in. Incredible value. Someone was on about the sound. I have not heard a single complaint about it today or yesterday, apart from someone saying it sounded low. I've refreshed the page, should be fine now. Julian in the big blind here with 10-8 of spades, and Jakob with king 6. The flop is queen 10 deuce. Turn is the 4 of diamonds. We're betting a call. 28 million in the pot now. Two pair now for Julien on the river. Julian will just take that one down with a bet. Flop gonna go check, check. Mihai checking on the turn, straight for Jakob. Wants to start going for some value. $8 million is the bet. And that's an ambitious call, to say the least, here from Ace High. River is an action killer. A big action killer. Gonna run her hard, completing straights, completing flushes. He's gonna lead for 18 million. Very creative from Mihai. I was not expecting to see this. Can Jakob figure this one out? He's got the arse end of the straight. Hearts beat him. Jack beats him. If he could make this call, what a call it would be. If I'm sitting there and I'm Jakob, I don't know what he can beat. It's not really a line that we'll be bluffing off and check calling on the turn and then leading into our opponent on the river when it's the worst. Oh my God, he's made the call. Wow. Wasn't expecting to see that. Jakob will call, now playing close to 170 million. What a hero. You have to really think your opponent is bluffing there. Make that a profitable call. But at the same time, it's like, why are you leading into me when it's the nut worst river? I don't think I would have been able to make the call there, but he does find the call. Jakob letting it go there with Jack 7 off, suiting the small. I think he wants to be completing his option at the very least. Mihai 3 betting to 23 million here from the big blind. Jakob with a very sexy Queen Jack suited on the button. And he will call, so 50 million and change in this pot as we see the flop. Ace Queen 6 is the flop. Bet is 16.5 million. Jakob not going to be going anywhere just yet. Surely has to call one. See what materializes on the turn. Whoa, Jakob decides to let it go. If we're going to call him positioned in a 3-bet pot, we want to be continuing there. Mihai getting away with murder and overtaking the chip leader once more. We're overtaking to become the chip leader once more. Ace Queen takes that one down. Jakob raising the 7 million with King 8 of hearts, and Mihai going to call with Queen 8 of spades. Jakob betting 4.5 mil, and Mihai going to call. Interesting turn card, it's the 8 of clubs. River is the 4 of hearts. Turn going check, check. $12 million is the bet. Jakob calling, shows the best hand, takes it down. Ace King suited for Jakob in the big. Makes it 10 million to go. Five, 4, 4 is the flop. $11 million is the bet on the turn, 11 million is the call. This pot now 45 million as we hit the river. 10 of diamonds rolls off. That looks like 35 million is the bet. I'm not sure what he's really repping here, and I wouldn't be shocked to see a call. Jakob can beat a lot of the ace highs that would barrel, not ace 3, of course. Do you think he's going to call this one? It really looks like his body language is indicating towards calling over folding. All vote now in the chat. Over 2 minutes in the tank. Would be a hero call, but it makes sense. I don't know how much value hands Mihai has when he plays it like this, and hard for him to have a lot of 5x or deuce x or 4 would make sense. There we go. Jakob will call. Hero call, puts on the cape, and he's now playing 222 million chips almost. Incredible. Mihai's still playing the guts of 100 million, but that's going to make him a bit gun shy, surely. But not on this occasion. Does take it down with the 8-3 of spades. Julian now with 13 bigs. And guys, the blinds have gone up. 2 million is now the small blind. 4 million is now the big blind with a 4 million running big blind ante. That's 2-4-4. Julian shoving from the small blind. And this is one of the best hands we could call with Jack 10 suited. Yeah, I think he wants to call here. Does decide to let it go.
That would be so fucking evil.
Stone Resto said, I meant a call for the info alone, never mind the pot. It also humbles your opponent, making it less likely they'll be trying to push you around in future spots. Yeah, it's also a good opinion. Kings for Jakob. And he famously makes these small 3-bets. So we could see some fireworks here. It is all in and call. Wow. Bing, bang, boom, just like that. We've got 200 million chips in the middle. And Mihai, only 8% equity. Six deuce deuce is the flop. Maybe a bit of a stutter step from Mihai, but not the worst 4-bet rip if you think your opponent is capable of 3-betting light, which we have seen from Jakob. Ace hits the turn. River is the 5 of clubs, and we are going to say goodbye to Mihai. We will say goodbye to him in third place, winning a substantial amount of cash. That means we are going heads up for the title. It's going to be tough to beat that man now, Jakob. He does have the scrappy underdog, Julian. We're going to go on a short break at this heads up battle on the road for your viewing pleasure. Don't go anywhere yet. This one ain't over till it's over. See you all in a few moments.
Know the history. You just don't know what's been going on at the tables.
Naros smells blood here. Mr. Bond on a downswing. Check back the flop with his good shot, and Naros Gaff is going to try and steal this.
No idea. Not sure about this bet, not sure about this defend. I think this is very player dependent. And well,
That's just remarkable, really.
We now river showdown. Oh, sicko.
Mr. Bond.
The absolute
What has
sicko.
happened, this man? It's a completely different player to yesterday.
Gaff hasn't snap folded, by the way. Let's see go. He looked extremely suspicious there. He's like, he's got ace queen with like the ace of spades. You just gotta love this guy, man. This guy, Mr. Bond. Ditto saying, is his real name Fire at Will? It is indeed. Change it. Oh wow, what a sick setup.
I mean, Yusuf could very well 3-bet jam all in. We've seen him do this.
Yeah.
Loves to get his money in first.
This is 25 bigs. Let's go for the 3-bet bluff. Oh, sorry. 3-bet bluff. The 3-bet fold. It's interesting, this, like, feels like a bit of a disaster to 3-bet fold if our opponent's going to be jamming your 9s, 10s, jacks. I mean, if that's the case, if we're planning on 3-bet folding, then it just makes more sense to flat and see flops. I'm assuming this is going to be a 3-bet fold, although Yusuf yesterday in certain spots did kind of get a bit sticky.
Interesting. Flat call from Fire at Will with the ace-king suited. Card holder on top of his cards, and both players miss. Fire at Will has him covered. Yusuf is making a continuation bet here. Looks like 115. It looks like Fire at Will is going to give it up. What looked like a disaster for Youssef. He's found a way to win this, and Youssef just won't believe. Three players involved. First to act, Mr. Bond. Well, it's a problem for Armando. He's connected, he's made top pair. Mr. Bond with none of this. Just waiting for a check, and there it is, and now Dario. Well, he's going to fire for sure. 64,000 in the pot. Oh, sneaky, Henry. Interesting check. Armando, top pair. Chip leader, big stack. Looks to be about 50% pot size bet. 30k. Mr. Bond is going to get out of the way. Dario, he likes this check raise move.
3 pass.
So it's Italy versus Italy. Smooth call with the kings.
6 check. 6 calls.
Yeah, king of diamonds for dessert.
Armando picks up a good shot with his top pair. Dario with the same draw, but he's ahead with the kings. Queen would chop it. Check back from Armando, and well, Dario, it's like a bad beat, Henry. That queen on the river.
I'd love to see a jam here. He's so sexy. Although, would be missing out on value, but in terms of getting your opponent off a chop, I think block jam is really sexy as well. Like B33 40k. I don't mind. I don't mind like 150% overbet, and I don't mind inducing the raise to then jam, because we always have ace king and our opponent never has ace king in this spot. He's gone polar though, close to the pot. Yeah, yeah.
That's quite remarkable. Armando clearly put him on ace king. You called it, Henry.
Know the history. You just don't know what's been going on at the tables.
Now Ross smells blood here. Mr. Bond on a downswing. Check back the flop with his good shot, and now Ross Gaff is going to try and steal this.
No idea. Not sure about this bet, not sure about this defend. I think this is very player dependent. well.
That's just remarkable, really.
We now river showdown. Oh, sicko.
Mr. Bond.
The absolute
What has
sicko.
happened, this man? It's a completely different player to yesterday.
Gaff hasn't snap folded, by the way. Let's see go. He looked extremely suspicious there. He's like, he's got ace queen with like the ace of spades. You just gotta love this guy, man. This guy, Mr. Bond.
Alrighty, folks, I'm back just in time to see Julian opening on the button. Looks like he limped. Goes check, check. He's got the ladies. 7-4 of hearts for Jakob. Playing over 300 million in chips. Not a bad spot to be in. So betting a call, 23 million in the pot in the river. We will take down that pot with the ladies. Going to be tough to beat Jakob from here, but like I said, don't count out the Frenchman. Unbelievable scores for the two remaining players. Queen 7 ripping, Julian folding. Julian with 14 bigs, ace jack suit. Wants to be raised calling a hand as strong as this one. Does just shove. Takes it down. Ace-7-5 is the flop. 2 hearts, 2 pair for Jakob. Julian with a good shot straight draw. Jakob will take that one down. Richie with his prediction at the start of the day saying Jakob coming in the short stack was going to be your winner. Well, he certainly put himself in a pole position to do just that. Unbelievable that this guy is a celebrity in the League of Legends world, a legend, if you will. Incredible. I guarantee you'll be seeing him at the Felt more often, whether he wins this or not. Julian shoving. Takes down the blinds and antes. Julien with the Jack 10 off suit. Completes his option and Jakob's just going to stuff it on him. Julien will be forced to let it go. The Frenchman has done unbelievably well, by the way, to get himself in a position to play for this title. It has to be said that if anyone was the scrappy underdog, he came back time and time again, got all the pay jumps, got the deal. Just incredible. What an event this has been, the Euro Poker Millions. 2 million guaranteed, smashing it out of the park, smashing the whole off it. 3.2 million in the prize pool, 6,237 entries, and over $500,000 for the winner. All happening under one roof, of course. It's the King's Resort live from Rosvedov. I reckon we've got lots of new followers after this event, and if you want to find out more about the schedule, head over to the website www.kingsresort.com. We've also got a merchandise store. Next up, it's the Czech Poker Masters, as far as I can tell. And you've the Polish Poker Masters then. And then you've got one that's sponsored by 888 Poker. the CNP. Unbelievable support, by the way, on YouTube, Poker Room Kings, the last 3 days or so. Lots of stuff being talked about in the chat. New viewers, old viewers, the regs, the moderators. Want to give you a massive shout out. Be sure to give us a like, subscribe, and a follow. They've mean the world to me, and indeed the Kings production team, who go above and beyond week in, week out for your viewing pleasure. Kings for Jakob getting a walk. Still a very, very workable sub 20 big blinds for Julien. Just up against it, one hand at a time. Heads up battles can be so volatile. Deuces for Jakob, probably just going to be shoving this one. To shove, and Julien is going to be calling this one, and it could be spin and win time for Julien. He's won many flips at this FT. Is this to be another one, or is this going to be the last hand of the night? Let's find out. $130 million in this pot. Here we go. Jack 8-6 is the flop. 6 outs now for Julien, or Jakob is going to be your EPM main event champion. Turn is another 8. Actually increases Julien's outs considerably. One card to come. 12 outs for Julien. River is the 5 of spades, and it is all over. Jakub Skorwinski is your main event champion. Congratulations to him, winning the Euro Poker Millions for a nice chunk of change. Unbelievable stuff. One of the biggest tournaments I've ever commentated on for Kings. He is going to be your champ, and all the glory that goes with it. Congratulations, sir. Commiserations to second place, Julien from France. He played very well at that FT. Massive thanks to everyone who tuned in once again. We're here week in, week out. It's been an exhausting few days. I'm going to let the champ enjoy his glory. For now, I'm going to say my goodbyes. Catch us next weekend for the Czech Poker Masters. Until then, catch me if you can. I've been Action Man Dan.
Do I stand or do I sit?
Leap of legend.
Yeah, I guess I'm an ex-pro right now.